afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today, it's more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Last time, we went to a shrine on top of a mountain in order for Maya to do some spiritual training. This temple happened to be next to the bridge that was involved in the last case that we did. Not at that point, I believe, that Phoenix Wright knew that. A children's book author got murdered during the night. The bridge got set on fire. Phoenix was so worried about Maya that he tried to cross anyway, and now he's in the river. That's basically it, I believe. Hello, Drag, how you doing? Alright. Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Location, also unknown. Could that be at this time of night? Oh, Edgeworth. Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edge, get up! It's an emergency! Sleepy but not sleepy. Yeah. Same. I woke up at 10 though. But then I didn't get back into my house till 2 AM, so sleepy. Larry, do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Larice. Larice Dukes now. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Oh wait, don't hang up, it's an emergency. It's Nick, he took a really nasty spill. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life was in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck, he may already be dead. Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris. Beautiful Iris, she needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center, please! Hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion. As if I expected anything to change. That is a very good question, Drag. I don't know. Is Phoenix Wright okay? Can Phoenix Wright still do his job? Are we Edgeworth now? I think we're Edgeworth now. February 8th, 2:19 PM. Detention Center Visitors Room. You're late, Edgy! What took you so long? So, wait. Instead of the team of Phoenix and Maya, are we getting an investigation team of Edgeworth and Larry? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something's happened to Miss Elise and Nick is Maya and Iris Bikini. Huh? Say something edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. So we are, Edgeworth. The murder victim was the picture book author Miss Elise Dukesville. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. That's actually pretty good for what happened. Yes, that's right, you got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? The things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. Ooh, Edgeworth has the magic tower. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other, he couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is. Could he? I think he is, Edgeworth. I'm begging you, Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one who can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what you're saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. Yeah. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris's side of the story. So, Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Larice said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron. How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. Yes. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and he's drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman. I feel like I've met her before. Well, he was... If she is Dahlia, then he's seen her in the courtroom before. Yeah, apparently the fact that the river was cold is what is what has put Phoenix Wright out of commission, rather than the currents or the fall. The fall just gave him bad bruises, and well, and obviously he didn't drown, so yep. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power. Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. And that's why I'm there, and why I continue to train. To purify my soul. Sins, huh? I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. All right? I helped to clean up after dinner, and then went back to my room at around 8 o'clock. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then... I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story. I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder? Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? Oop. How many? Two such ones. What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about, the psycho-locks. Close enough, Edgeworth. I believe you said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. So, do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? Edgeworth gets to witness what we've been witnessing the past couple of games. I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Hey, Edgeworth, you get along pretty well with a lot of the main characters in the Halloween short stories that we read. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I'm certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Dukesnip? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those psycholock things aren't appearing. Suppose that means I can believe she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's about all that you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow, he asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why would you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. Hello, Carl. How are you doing? Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He is a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. Well, she can't right now, Edgeworth. She's in jail right now. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, I promise. Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. No, we still need... We haven't done the Cyclops, Edgeworth. We're not done. Oh, we've got all of the other evidence too. So clearly Phoenix gave us more than just 2 things. He gave us 7 things. The hanging scroll that shows Mr. Faye, Iris's hope that protects from evil spirits, the map, the occult New Year's issue, and the photo of Elise. Okay. Sorry, we were here for a reason. Magatama, received from Wright. Something about reading people's hearts? What utter nonsense. If Iris has 2 locks for Edgeworth and 5 for Phoenix, what are the other 3? Clearly related to whatever happened 5 years ago.
Take that!
Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night? Yes, I swear, I've already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder. Is this what frightened you so much you couldn't even leave your own room? Okay, I'm not sure we have... Okay, I don't think we have what we need here. It looks like I still don't have enough information. I need to investigate further and gather some more evidence. So what we need is something that she might be frightened of. Okay. Right. Wait, let's see the examine. Where Edgeworth, he probably has different thoughts on this room. The guard is glaring at me. If someone glares at you, it's only polite to return the favor, is what I was taught. Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, excuse me. The camera is glaring at me. If something glares at you, it's only polite to return the favor, is what I was taught. Is something bothering you? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, but apparently Edgeworth would like to have a staring contest with a security camera. Okay, to the suspension bridge. February 8th, Dusky Bridge. It sure is cold, all right. So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Larry? No. No, Larry wouldn't call him Mr. Edgeworth, right? Maya. Oh, wow! It's you, Mr. Edgeworth! No, it was Gumshoe! It was Gumshoe! I was wrong! Oh, wow! It's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year? Or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch! There's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct. A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everyone was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. Thought Prosecutor Godo was gonna get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godo. I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you got no idea how much I missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. Well, seriously, this one's a piece of cake. As a witness, so they all think. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here, on this freezing cold mountain. Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk with this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. So, this is the bridge that Wright fell through. Yep, can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross is how it goes, right? Or was that leap? And is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. Wait, is Maya stuck on the other side of the bridge? On her own? What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. And someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Yeah, I'm guessing since Iris told us that she was supposed to go across there last night but didn't, I guess Maya's been out there on her own, right? Because Bikini's on this side, so yeah. Oh no, her again. Anyway, the air's really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the inner temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? So, how did this bridge burn down anyway? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning. You can't use the steel cable of the bridge to monkey your way across. Probably. I'm pretty sure you could do that. Whether it's a good idea is a different matter. But certainly if you had, like, a harness that you could sort of clip to the cabling as well. Just for safety, but... No, but then how would they recover you if you fell off anyway? So, who is this Prosecutor Godo? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of a man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is! After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course! For some reason, Godo has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh. Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a grudge. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I'd better look into this Godo myself. Yeah, please do, Edgeworth. We'd like some answers in that regard. You're telling me that the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. Godo lost to us like 3 times and he has a grudge. Weirdly, I think he had a grudge before the first time though. Weather data added to the court record. A regional weather report for the night of the crime. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Is it? Let's see. Let's see. Eagle Mountain weather data for February 7th. Snow with occasional lightning strikes. Snow 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. Lightning 10 to approximately 11 p.m. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. About 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Okay. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that! We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge. Who is this witness? Sorry. I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Okay, Gumshoe. Let's have a look around here then. So this is the bridge Wright tried to cross. Pretty reckless if you ask me. I'm amazed he survived the fall from up here. Yeah, he's one lucky guy, sir. Now I see how he manages to win his cases in court. Blind luck. I think dumb luck suits right just a bit better. It looks like a pretty good distance to that far cliff. Yeah, it's gotta be around 100 yards or so. Detective, that's not even close to 100 yards. Well, I gotta admit, I'm not very good at judging distances. You and me both, Gumshoe. You and me both. It's about 20 yards or so. And impossible to cross without a bridge, it seems. Hey, it's a public phone. I don't see a lot of these anymore. That's true. Since we got one here, why don't we take a photo as a memento? Well, sure, why not? Oh, darn it, I don't have a camera with me. I'm gonna go buy a disposable camera. I'll be right back, sir. Where are you going for it? Where are you going, Gumshoe? What's so special about public phones, and why is he so fascinated by them? Some letters are wildly engraved into a roughly cut boulder. Dusky Bridge. It certainly is an appropriate name. You need to get some glasses, Mr. Edgeworth? That sign says Dusty Bridge. Oh no, Gumshoe! I can see how you read it wrong though, sir. You're the one who needs glasses, Detective. Try reading it one more time. Yeah, you're right. It's Dusky Bridge after all. I guess whoever wrote this made a mistake. Yes! Definitely the person who wrote this. And definitely not someone else. There's a little shack down that way called Heavenly Hall. A shack? It's like a run-down doghouse for losers who can't bear the freezing drafts of wind. Kinda reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace. Giving a novel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Constant Castles. That's not such a great name, if you ask me. Well, it's not much of a great apartment either, sir. I do like the fact there's clearly more footprints in the snow here now than there was last time, and that the snow is melted around the edges of the bridge. I do like that. I do like that. Wasn't the sign Mayo is wanting to fix the Heavenly Hall one rather than the Dusky Bridge one? I don't remember for certain. Alright, let's go looking somewhere else. The main gate. February 8th. Hazakura Temple main gate. Yo! Edgy! What took you so long? I'm so cold my brain's turned to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. But and I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder? Hey, wait a second! Hold it! Objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and... What lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney? He doesn't, that's the point. Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth defense attorney just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, edgy! I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. It is rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute! Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. Larry, how many other girls have you thought were too cute to be murderers? Larry, you're a terrible judge of character. If I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much. Know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost! Go back in your chartered jets and get out of my sight, you creep! And I hope your plane crashes and you die! I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Oh, how many? 3. 3 Cyclocks. As I suspected, Psycholocks. I'm sorry, man. You know me, I just don't remember. The short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Well, we'll come back to that later then. I suppose this type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains. Say, this just gave me a great idea. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. I've got an idea for a brand new invention. Might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'll call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Could you go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. You can see a small bell tower from here. Hey, that just reminded me. There's something I've always wondered about. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. We call a person who tells a liar, right? So why don't we call a person who rings a bell a beller? Because there's another word in the middle of that. You forgot the ringing part. They're a bell ringer. Gumshoe. or truer for a guy who tells the truth. Oh man, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. This gate looks quite old. Strong enough to resist the weight of time. That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know! You got a real flair for words, sir. I've always appreciated this kind of old, timeless elegance. That's exactly how I feel too. Take this coat, for example. Like a fine wine, it's better with age. Even fine wine turns to vinegar and begins to stink at some point. I suggest you wash that atrocious rag you call a coat, detective. That must be the main hall back there. A brilliant deduction, sir! Are you trying to flatter me, Detective Gumshoe? A brilliant use of suspense to build the tension, sir. According to Wright, the head nun has some important information. I can't miss the opportunity to speak with her. February 8th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Hey, hello there! So, how are you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My! A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? Is Edgeworth about to be disappointed that there's no actual bikini here? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. So, why weren't you? Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. Starting to get goosebumps myself. But for an entirely different reason. You get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? All right then. I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. No, I can't say that. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw 2 people. One of them was lying on the ground. And the other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Ooh. Thought. What if Iris's resemblance to Dahlia is just very coincidental, and maybe Dahlia is also out of prison and it was Dahlia that did the murdering? That is a very out of left field suggestion right there. Of course you ought. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Right smack in the middle of a courtroom. And I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed and then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony of it seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back. A bad lower back. Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone? Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get some more details. So, who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm afraid to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear? Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister? Oh, you mean little Pearl? That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleaner up. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. No, Pearl's missing? No. Hello, Nick. How are you doing? You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, plot thickens. That is a lot of files, Nick. That's a lot of work. Okay. It just was like, we need to ask more about Iris, but it didn't turn up here. So I assume that we're going to be presenting Iris's profile. You said you went with Maya to the training hall in the inner temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there? Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after ringing the 10 p.m. bell for lights out. So you're saying Iris came to the inner temple, then? Of course she did. Iris has always been a good, obedient girl. I wish you luck with that, with all that work, Nick. I wish you luck. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training. That doesn't fit with Iris's story at all. She said that she never went to the inner temple. Ooh. Maybe I was right. Maybe Dahlia is here. Or maybe Iris is lying, but no. If Iris was lying about not going over to the inner temple, she'd still be stuck there, right? So wait, is this Iris or is this Dahlia in disguise? Or, I don't know. I feel like Larry trying to make excuses for Iris here. As they say, plot thickens. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Right. The courtyard. Scene of the crime. Let's go look. February 8th. Hazakura Temple, courtyard. Now, this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask, just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun Iris at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I gotta be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. Oof. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? You're asking why a temple has snowboards? Well, they're skis rather than snowboards. 3 pairs of skis and a sledge by the looks of it. And I'm guessing it's just because this mountain gets very snowy and maybe you probably need the skis to move around sometimes. The victim is the famous picture book author Ms. Elise Duxney. Her entire past up until she won the Writing Award last year is a total mystery. hard to believe in this day and age that you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 PM on February 7th. You think it's Junim? Carl. Well, I've kind of been saying it one way the whole time, so I might just stick with it. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. Bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a 2-story building. A 2-story building? That would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elise Dukeston was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword? No, I'm gonna go with before she was stabbed by the sword, Edgeworth. Wait. I need to check something. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So when we saw the Ami-Fae statue before, it had the sword sticking upwards, right? So, what if she fell out of the window onto the sword? I'm going to go with that, I think. Fell and or was pushed, you know. We don't know how purposeful it was at this point. Elise's autopsy report added to the court record. Time, 10 to 11 PM. Cause, loss of blood from stabbing the back. Body fell 10 feet. Oh, after death. Okay, the autopsy report does specify after death. Okay. Never mind. I also realised that when I said maybe she fell onto the sword, that doesn't account for the bruises. Actually, wait, no. It could, though. Because, like, what if she fell onto the sword and then fell from there down? I mean, I'm not certain whether that would be 10 feet or not. But... Now then, Detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, who had none, right after they'd finished dinner, she and Maya Faye headed to the inner temple. At 10 PM, after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hazakura Temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back. Oh, the sword. Actually, the way that the sword's in the hand doesn't work with my theory, does it? Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godo guy, but nobody can get hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. Did he take one look at Iris and go, I'm not getting involved in this? Or did he learn that Phoenix Wright was in the hospital and go, he's not doing this case. I don't want any part of this. Wonder if the rumours are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. I intend to appear in court in the role of defence attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why. But I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. Would he though? Would he though? He mistook the tiger for Phoenix Wright. That's why I requested another judge to preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth! I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Are we getting the judge from years ago? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Wonder if he'll recognize Iris. Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. Oh, so there is no other way down. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. please be all right, Maya? Yeah, the way this is being held, her landing on it and it flipping over doesn't really feel like it works. Ah, darn. Ha! I just love skiing! Really? You don't, seem like the type. In which way are we going with this, Edgeworth? Is it because he doesn't look rich enough to go skiing regularly? Well, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth? Is the world starting to go mad? The main gate must be just over that stone wall. Ah, stone walls! I jumped over a few of them in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all. Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words. It's a lantern. Suppose they light it at night. There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? How did you know? Oh, come, shoo. There's a mark here that I'm suspicious about. What's this? It looks like a wizard's staff. Wait, it doesn't have a crystal in it. Ooh. Ooh. That belonged to the victim. There's at least Duke's name. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir? Yes? What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. Truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it. That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it. This staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims? Victim's staff added to the court record, carried by Elise Jukeston when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. Follow your dreams, Gumshoe. Yes. Although, I think the problem really is that I don't think wizard pays any better than detective. The main hall of Hazakura Temple is above us here. Hey, you're right! I'm pretty sure the main hall didn't have a second floor. Hazakura Temple was built on a steep part of the mountain. The front and back of the main hall are on different levels. Oh, that makes sense. Wouldn't it be easier just to build the place slanted, sir? Gumshoe? Gumshoe, would you like to walk around in a slanted building? I fail to see how you can even consider that to be an even remotely good idea. So the sword from this golden statue is actually the murder weapon? Sure is. It's called a Shichishito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood? Yep, it's all over the blade. Speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shichishito too. Fingerprints. Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking earlier, when we saw the picture of what Bikini saw with Iris and Elise, kind of looked to me like she was trying to pull the sword out rather than trying to put it in. But also, that's a terrible idea, Iris. Do you not know how to handle people who've been stabbed? Do you not have basic first aid training? Never pull the thing out of a person that stabbed them. Not unless they're, like, at a hospital already or whatever, I guess. And you're an actual medical practitioner. But generally, the thing that's stuck in someone is keeping at least some of their blood inside. And if you pull it out, they kind of tend to bleed to death. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon. What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for right? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figure it doesn't feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. Shichishito added to the court record. The apparent murder weapon has the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints on it. I do have a question. I do have a question here. How is that sword in the hand of the statue right now? How and why? Because, like, where it is right now, its entire length is taking up the distance from the floor to that hand. How is that even inserted into the statue in the first place? Well, how is it inserted into the statue like this? I don't understand. The physics does not work. If it was like that before, how was it removed in order to be used as a murder weapon? If it was pointing upwards, how I think, then still how? Hand rotates, yeah, but it would be really weird for that hand to be rotated the other way. That's... It's not the way around it would make sense for the hand to be sculpted if the statue was supposed to hold the sword aloft. It doesn't make sense. Right, I want to go back to the detention center, because I want to say, Iris, were you scared to go outside and go over to the inner temple because it was snowing? Okay, what have we got here? February 8th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. Oh, she's not here now, is she? February 8th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Oh, no, she is. Good. Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. But I've already told you everything that Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes. Thank you.
Take that!
Was the weather why you were so excited? Excited? Frightened. Frightened is the word.
Take that!
Perhaps this is what you were afraid of? Well, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Huh? Why is your voice trembling like that? It's just that you're scaring me. Last. Must be trying too hard to bluff. Please excuse me, I'm still not used to this role I've been assigned. I should apologize. I am sorry for being such a scaredy cat. Oh, so she wasn't afraid of the snow and the lightning. Well, shit. There's that theory gone. Anyway, I'm still determined to find the answers to this mystery. I really was in my room all last night. If that's the case, then the obvious... yeah, we'll just back into this. If it wasn't the weather, what was it? Well, let's talk to you about some other things, maybe. Like why her fingerprints are on the murder weapon. Is that the murder weapon? Yes, it is. Have you ever seen it before? Yes. Mr. Gaffney was holding it. In the courtyard. And apparently the head nun witnessed the whole sad affair. Yeah, this image does kind of look like she's trying to pull it out. Okay, the hand is that way around, so it probably doesn't rotate. Okay. Get it. She saw you stabbing Ms. Elise Dixon with this very sword last night. I'm sorry. I don't leave the temple grounds very often, so I don't know very much about the outside world. Okay. like your hood? That's called a demon warding hood. I gave that to Mr. Wright last night. He was wearing this when I saw him in the hospital today. It's an important item for protecting acolytes from evil spirits. If it's so important, then why did you give it to him? Last night, I felt something. I felt that something terrible was about to happen. I didn't want Mr. Wright to fall into its grip. Well, he wound up falling into something much deeper and colder. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, though. Thank God for internal monologue. The woman on this hanging scroll. Well, I don't know the details, but I've heard she's the master of the Korean channeling technique. Master? Yes, Mystic Misty. She was a great spirit medium. That's what I've heard. I also heard that she went missing over 15 years ago. Spirit mediums. There's no such thing, anyway. Mr. Edgeworth. I know all about them. They're nothing but frauds. Mina would be very sad to hear you say that. She doesn't know anything about it, of course. There was a time, 17 years ago, when I met the Master myself. Okay. I was against the idea of our temple appearing in that magazine. Maybe we should leave Maya trapped for her own safety. No, maybe we should leave Maya trapped for Edgeworth's safety. Because if she'd been around and heard that, ooh boy. I was afraid that this type of a tragedy might occur. In that case, why did you allow them to run an article about you? It was Sister Bikini. She's actually rather fond of attention. Surprisingly so. She certainly does look rather happy in this photo. That's Mystic Elise Jixnim. She's a picture book author, or so I've heard. Why did she get Mystic in front of her name? Does she come to Hazakura Temple often? No, and this was her first time. It's just that she was a very important visitor. Is that so? Yes, Sister Bikini's told me be certain not to offend her. The victim, Miss Elise Jixnim. The prosecutor's office still doesn't have very much information about her, it seems. Okay, I've asked her about everything I have. Are there people I could ask her about? Yeah, have you seen Pearl? This is the trainee's younger sister, correct? She's cute as a button, and she seems to really love mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh? She even said she was going to have the leftovers for dinner the next night. And then she took the leftover potatoes and the whole pot of gravy with her to her room. That's quite an appetite for such a little girl. Oh, this is the woman who was to undergo training last night. She seems like a very strong, reliable woman. Whatever else anyone has to say about this Iris woman, I can't exactly say she's the best judge of character. Oh, it is such a good thing that Myra's not here to hear all of the disparaging things that Edgeworth has to say. Oh yeah, what do you think? What do you think of Larry? Oh, that's Mr. Larice. He's a very sincere, hard-working person. He was even kind enough to draw a portrait of me. Knowing Larry, this woman is exactly the type you would fall in love with at first sight. Mr. Wright, how bad is his cold? Well, his fever is very high. As a result, he's rather confused. He's worried about Maya, who's still trapped in the inner temple. And he's quite worried about you as well, it seems. Really? Yes, naturally, once he recovers, I'll pass the baton back to him. No, don't! I'm sure that Mr. Wright wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want to defend me. Well, he clearly does, because he asked us to do it. Well, I think we need to go back. I've just realised there was a room I didn't investigate in, wasn't there? I didn't actually do the investigation or the examination in the main hall. Oh, it's a warmed cat box! But where are all the cats? It's called a hibachi. It's for heating the room. Oh, look at all these ancient straw frisbees! Those are a type of zabuton cushions called Enza. Why are you giving me such a hard time? Mr. Edgeworth? Why? Because learning something new might actually be a good thing for you, Detective. There are more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, that is a crumpled envelope. It looks like an old manila envelope. Yeah! What is it, Detective? This could be it! An ultra-important clue! A super special clue! I suppose I should read it myself, then. It looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Oh, this is going to be the thing that she was afraid of, then, probably. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Note to Iris added to the court record. Found in the main hall? Maybe she dropped it. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra important prosecutor. A super duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. This flowing script written everywhere on the walls. Man, I bet you'd have awful nightmares if you tried to sleep in here. This is our main hall, so it's protected by a variety of magic spells and charms. They're all designed to prevent evil forces from entering. So if I slept here, the Oogie Woogie Boogie Man wouldn't hunt me down for eternity? Alright. Does this guy think about anything other than eating and sleeping? That thing sure casts a strong presence over the room. This is the Lesser Magatama. Lesser. Are you sure it's not the Greater Magatama? Or how big is the Greater Magatama, Bikini? It's a precious heirloom containing a great many souls. Huh? This is lesser? What's the greater one like? The Greater Magatama is displayed in the main room of Fey Manor. It was supposed to be shown at the Treasures of Korean exhibition. But it was so large they couldn't bring it through the doors. Okay, very big then. Is theirs made of something other than painted wood? It's an altar with a giant Magatama enshrined on it. There are lots of candles lined up on it too. You know, I haven't had a birthday party for myself in a while. Maybe you should blow out those candles over there to make up for that. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind singing happy birthday to me? Stop that! Cut it out! Please don't blow out the altar candles! Yeah, why would you suggest that, Mr. Edgeworth? Why would you suggest that? Okay, right. We have something to talk to Iris about now.
Take that!
Right, is this what frightened you? This note.
Take that!
I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you. That's... Well, Iris. Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. Mr. Hatchworth? Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may may not have had anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to. One person. Phoenix, right? Yeah, it could be Phoenix. Yeah, let's try that.
Take that!
Phoenix, right. You mean something to Right, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Hey, we did it. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on this map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall... I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think of it. So, this is the secret that you locked away in your heart? Yes. It looks as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Yay, we finally get to go there, hooray. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night? Yes, that's exactly right. Iris's testimony added to the court record. Rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. When I do, you must promise me you'll tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Azakara Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dusnim with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed you never went to the inner temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the inner temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the inner temple last night. Okay. Well, I believe it's time to go and see the place we haven't seen yet. Larry? What have you done? Did I read the letter? No, I haven't. It's time to play Name That Flag. So, we have the United Kingdom. We have probably Ireland. The colours are a bit off, but this one's South Korea, I think? Then Greece and Switzerland and Japan, the USA. This one's going to be a problem. There are too many flags that are kind of similar to this. Oh, that's going to be embarrassing if I get that one. If and when I get that one wrong. Is that the French flag? Why are there so many flags that are kind of similar to that? It's probably the French flag. No, it's... no, the colours are off. The colours are off. Not France at all, probably. Yeah, it looks blue, but it doesn't look like the right blue. You know? But I guess it's probably France. Well, then we've got Germany, then Canada, then Russia, then the UK again. And on this side, Italy, and then USA, Japan, Switzerland again. I mean, I guess me saying the blue doesn't look quite right on this, and when I identified this as the Irish flag when it is kind of wildly miscoloured. So, hey. Other than the blue being darker, it's France. Good. 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 Anyway, have you been living here, Larry? February 8th, Heavenly Hall. Wow, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. You say not much of a view, but it's still a decent amount of a view. Oh, why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next, it's gonna be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh! Be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! Is that what you just said? I got an objection. Gee, you dirty rat! Gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? Alright, let's actually look at the letter then. Where is it? Didn't realise I could read it. To Iris of Hazakura Temple. Salutation here. There's something I must talk to you about. I'll be waiting for you tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come unless you want your secret to be exposed. Salutation here. This is someone filling out a form letter, huh? Who puts a template on an actual letter? Probably this idiot! What is this little shack anyway? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure, no one's likely to show up and disturb you here. So, can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth! Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. Really? She's got an "I really want this man to carry me over the threshold" look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagined that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that. Something tells me he would be shocked indeed. That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I going to do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. If we really want to know the answer to that, we're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night? Oh man, don't you have anyone else anything else to talk about? That kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. I don't want to be a ladies' man like you, Larry. Okay. Chill out with those scary eyes. Got it. If you really want to know, last night I saw something incredible. Something incredible. Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? Well, before we try and tackle that, let's have a look around. I mean, it depends. Like, if he's boiled the water, it shouldn't cause us too much damage. That's a horrible graffiti problem you got there, pal. You don't know anything, detective. This is art. It's an expression of my bittersweet love for Iris. Larry, do you know what the difference between graffiti and true art is? It's how the artist himself defines it, right? I should have seen that one coming. Well, if that's the case, then all of my lunchboxes are masterpieces too, pal. Yes, a masterpiece. What is this festive-looking ornament? It reminds me of art class in grade school. We used to have a lot of fun decorating the classroom with origami, right? Remember? Well, oh yeah, you were never any good at it. Really? Yeah, this guy was so bad he couldn't even fold a dollar, let alone a crane. Everyone tried to comfort him, but he would just sit there sobbing. Really? Never would have expected that. Be quiet already. I'll never forget the shame of that day. You want a crane? I can now make a perfect 1/4-inch crane without a single flaw. You know, Edgy, nothing for nothing, but a 1/4-inch crane without a single flaw is not easy. Yeah, that's quite a feat, Prosecutor Edgeworth. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. Interesting. So there's a little jetty here. This is the Eagle River, sir. Runs pretty fast, so it doesn't ice over even in the winter. If it had iced over, Wright would have been in some serious trouble. You're right about that. They would have landed on the ice and slid downstream to who knows where. Yeah, Gumshoe, that's definitely what would have happened. Not exactly what I meant, but alright. Please go all the way to Dusky Bridge. It's a pretty long, but easy walk. I fell down 4 times on my way down here, sir. Oh, sorry about that, Detective. 4 bananas and tossed their peels on the stairs on the way down here. What? So that's what I was slipping on. Be careful on the way back. Those deadly banana peels are still out there. That's a real important piece of information right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Banana peels. Frozen banana peels. The straw roof is totally covered with freshly fallen powdery snow. Wow, makes a nice image, doesn't it? Always did like the rustic look. Heavenly Hall. I suppose it's an appropriate name in some sense. You got that right. Look at that bridge up there. This place has to be heaven, because that thing is hell. You would do well to remember, Larry, that this is a sacred place to some people. Can we actually go inside there? No, okay. Alright, Larry. What do I need for your Cyclops, Larry? The night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night. Oh, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? That was a bit too easy. Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. At around 11 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend Naomi. And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes? Hey, what are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth. There's still 3 Psycho Locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen? Where, you say? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question. I was in my own room, by the main hall. No, not if you saw the bridge get set on fire, Larry. Where else would I be? As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suppose, lies there. There? What do you mean, there? It's impossible for you to have seen the lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room. Map.
Take that!
This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple. What am I looking for? I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it's impossible to see the bridge from there. What? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what? Do you feel like talking now? About what? It looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you? You don't know I wasn't in my room. So where was Larry, and why was he there? If I've read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer's fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed lightning strike Dusky Bridge from was here.
Take that!
The place you saw the lightning strike from was naturally Heavenly Hall. Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you've just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. I have to admit I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick. That's nice. Now tell me. What were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call it. Bedcore. I think you mean affaire de coeur. Could it be you were waiting for someone? Oh no! You really are one scary guy, you know? I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Iris.
Take that!
There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Hedgie. No doubt because of my chilly glare. So, you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? You literally told me you do. Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end of this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. A stupidly worded note.
Take that!
Here's your evidence. You called her to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that, you should be ashamed of yourself. Oh. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says, salutation here. Well, that's what it said in the book. Letter writing for dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. I'm so sorry. So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that. Wait, hold up. Oh, now, pal. What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? Have you read the letter you wrote, Larry? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burnt so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh? Then what is this secret you mention? Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Yeah, so secret she knows nothing about it. Obviously she wouldn't want old Lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour, bittersweet love affair. Alright then, why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break, it's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes, yeesh. Then why were you so quick to apologise, pal? It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it. That's what all those huge locks were about. I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something, I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night I saw something incredible. He's right. Larry? What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another. I already told you, didn't I? It's a lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe that was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't? If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry... Whoops. Ah, shoot. Ah, no. I hate it when I accidentally right-click as well and skip an entire line. I'm just waiting for my little preview to show me it so that I can try and read it again. Nope, I do believe something. What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. I skipped more than one line. Yeah, I think so too. I hate the fact that right click is also advance. I'm gonna go back to the keyboard so I can't do that anymore. at least, wait, no, is it that one? It's that one, okay. Cyclops again? 5 of them? No! Well, what's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? What charges is he arresting Larry for? Obstruction of justice. Why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? I've just about had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. To be continued. Save, yes. February 9th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Oh, Mommy, Mr. Larice feels that way about me? Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. Sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Larice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Duxnam, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well, then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed... Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. Right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. Yep, it is this guy. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Wait a second, I want to see if... No. There's literally... I don't have any way of changing the key bindings or anything. Okay. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem that this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. The court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Of course. The one prosecutor that Edgeworth would be able to call in a massive favour from. The prosecution stands ready. And you are? Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? A chance you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. I'm almost certain I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you're imagining things, Your Honour. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. Ooh. Burn. There isn't? I'm sure I could have... I told you there's no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. You're not sure you care about a lot of things, Mr. Judge. Bailiff, remove that whippet.
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip. Oh, come on. I don't think she should be allowed to have that, Edgeworth. You don't? The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. There is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Which is better, getting whipped or getting a steaming hot cup of coffee to the face? Both of them are liable to cause permanent scarring. So I think they're pretty much both as bad as each other. I mean, I suppose it depends on how hot the coffee was when it was thrown at me. Or whether the whip hit me in the face. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honour. Very well, Miss von Karma. Please give an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author Miss Elise Dusnim. The body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. How is this sword on the statue working? How? How? Yeah, so there's an entire side spike of this sword in her, plus the main point. This statue hand is a complete grip, and it's around the hilt of the sword. How the fuck? Like, how did they even remove the body and leave the sword there? Just lift the statue up? Yeah, I guess if the statue's not attached to the ground, it could work. But you'd need some serious lift for that, right? Like, sure, maybe the emergency services brought a crane to do it or something. Or maybe they cut through the body to let the sword free, which seems unlikely. I kind of feel like if the emergency services came upon this and they were like, oh, we have to remove the body here, that they'd probably just saw through the hilt here. I don't understand how this works. I don't understand. The body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. It had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. Yeah, the real case now is how the sword got into that position, not how she was murdered. Yes! Because, like, how did this happen? I need to know. And if this case ends without me knowing how the hell that happened, I will be so mad. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well, the court accepts this photo of the crime scene. Crime photo, the courtyard where Elise Dusnim was murdered. There's no mistake, this was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there's a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. Ooh, we're not getting Gumshoe first? And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. It's fair. Someone get the lady a box. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me. Well, I'm the head nun of the Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? The night of the murder. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to her Zakara temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakara Temple? Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle, are you now, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. Okay. Training. Back. Left Iris had the acolyte. Yeah, what did you see, Bikini? How about you finish it? The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard. That's right, in other words. It was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case. That certainly seems to be true. There is indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observation skills are. So the problem wasn't that she didn't finish talking. Okay. I was helping an acolyte.
Hold it!
You left Iris to help. With what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 PM, so we were starting to enter into the training exercises proper. Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolyte so they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct? Yes. She's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions. Well, I guess we present Iris's statement to this? That feels right.
Objection!
Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? Defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
Objection!
But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? That is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. All people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question. Dear, 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 you're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what I... My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you'll need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honour. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony. And let us return to the cross-examination. Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner.
Hold it!
Are you sure that you're not making a mistake? You, young man, need to get your estimation of me up from the floor. Iris always wears the same clothes. The smallest thing out of place would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. You're making a mistake, thinking I made a mistake. An excellent finish there, witness. Still, I have to wonder. Okay, I wanted her to specify about the outfits, but even without her specifying, I would like to wave the hood at this, please.
Objection!
Yeah, Drag, I don't think that's a typo. I'm pretty sure that's an accent. Which I'm doing my best to match for the judge. Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met. She was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Ms. Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night. Before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the iris she saw would have been missing this very hood. Well. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order! Order in the court! Witness, you... Sister? This hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. If there was a surplus of hoods, she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. A witness? Well, I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt. You must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. Witness testimony after my bath, which we will get to after I've got some more water. I will be right back. I'm back. Let's see what this next testimony is then, shall we? I finished my bath around 11 and thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and Iris was, oh, Mr. Elise, and with that sword of all things. I wish I could see, like, the other side of this, because this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Whatever she's pushing in or pulling out of Elise's back is a hell of a lot shorter than the Shishito, right? So was Elise stabbed with something else that was smaller and then positioned under the sword? Okay, we did see the other side of it earlier, did we? Okay. It doesn't seem like there would be enough sticking out the front, but I don't know. Mr. Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out into the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would have been much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that. This judge... His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Okay. So you finished your bath around 11. Wait a second, let's check the things. So 11, that's about when the lightning was stopping. The bridge was on fire slightly before that, and it was on fire for 30 minutes. Okay. Autopsy reports 10 to 11. So I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. No, she was pushed, Bikini.
Hold it!
What makes you so sure of all this? It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard. Thump, just like that. You're one smart sister. I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. It appears that the witness was not mistaken, then. Yep. I'm more than a pretty face, especially in winter. I am a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hisakura Temple. There's only 2 of them working there. What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark? It doesn't feel like she's lying. This is very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client, Iris, and my own ability as a defense attorney. Finish my bath around 11. I thought I should return to the inner temple. Heard a noise from the courtyard. Okay, I want more information. This is the 2nd time the witness has testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubt remains in these claims. Hey, what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking man doesn't give you the right to... The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw and as clearly as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that has been bugging me all of this time. Please, don't keep us in suspense. Her hood? Her hood? That's right, it's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right? Yep. Huh. You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth. What do you say, Miles Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? Unfortunately, probably. This may initially appear to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I would like these new statements to be added to the testimony. Miles Edgeworth. If you want to hang yourself, you need only ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip. Witness, add that statement to your testimony. No problem. Yeah, right, Drag? The sword that stuck through the body. If it stuck through far enough for that picture that we saw earlier, there should be more blood on it, right? The blood that's on it is only up to the width of the body, basically, and the position in which the body was found. It doesn't gel with that picture, which is bothering me so much. Now that you mention it, Iris didn't have her hood on.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Yes. After all, we always wear the same clothes. Ah, I don't mean because we're poor, you understand. It's our style. Yes, that's it. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyway, she looked different from normal, so that really stood out. Different from normal, huh? Like maybe her hair was a different color and she was a different person? Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of my whip. Well, yes, that would certainly look different, Ms. Von Karma. At least then it might bite you and not someone else. Iris didn't have her hood on, I'm sure of it. Very well. Now please tell us about the victim, eh? Usually when we get something added, it's something we can usefully present to. But, I mean, we have the hood, but that's not really relevant. We have the weather data, which does make it a little bit weird for her to be outside without it. I don't know. Let's keep pressing.
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct? Which means the victim's room was on the second floor. No. Hazako Temple is a single-story building. The mountain itself slopes downward, which elevates the main gate side of the temple and the guest rooms in the back to about the height of a two-story building. I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room, after all. I haven't pressed this one, I don't think. You say you heard a noise? Thump! Just like that. That could only be the sound of the victim falling. It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Can you now? Thump! Just like that. Wait, you're implying that could have been something else then? You could have heard snow then. But then, wouldn't this noise you heard have been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that. Ho, 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 ho. Ah! The next one to laugh gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and...
Hold it!
How far is it from your room to the inner temple? think a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back there that night, did you? That's right. I was heading along the walkway toward the main hall. Okay, so I think I pressed everything here. The question is, what do we have that's usefully presentable? The staff, I don't think it's going to help. The Shichishito, maybe. Hanging scroll is not going to help right now. The hood we've already used. The note to Iris is probably not helpful. The map, probably not helpful. The weather data, maybe. The New Year's issue of Occult, probably not. The photo of Elise, probably not helping right now. Iris's testimony, Lisa's autopsy report. Wait. Body fell 10 feet after death. After death. After death. After death.
Objection!
Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say, anyway. Oh, please do! My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Ms. von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. Yeah. What's Bikini's fixation on winter? Good question. Who knows? That's right, it says. After death right here. The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, then how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Order! Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room, don't you agree? That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And then she was thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Jucinum's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Ms. von Karma, was there any blood? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Oh, I'm even more liking my, she fell out of the window onto the sword theory. Your witness just caused traces of blood to be found in my glorious playoff beer. However, if there was no blood in the room, then sure there's no need for me to go over this. What killed her beforehand? I said I'm still liking she fell onto the sword and then the sword came off the statue and that caused the fall damage. And is how she ended up on the floor. As I'm sure Your Honour is well aware, of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood? Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood will be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. Indeed. With the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We've come to a conclusion, then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Order, order, order! I must admit this is a probable version of events. I'd expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape. Especially my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we have finished here. With the whip. Oh boy, all right, all right. Further details. I mean, I'm guessing cold is good for her brain and her spirit, but not for her body. When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mr. Galise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mr. Kami was stabbing Mr. Galise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karmas strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. Okay. Yeah, I really want to know about this statue with stabbing her thing. By Mystic Ami, you're referring to the golden statue, correct? Just stabbing someone with the Shichishito, a sacred treasure, is terrible enough. To then make Mystic Ami hold the blade! Truly a heinous, despicable crime. It is easy to despise something. Anyone can do it. However, there is something that cannot be done so easily. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's doubly hard for you. Anyway, what is the problem? Exactly why would the killer set up this gruesome scene? And how? I need the how. Give me the how. Can anyone explain the reasoning behind that? No, I don't think I can. There isn't always a logical reason behind why someone acts. That's true, so true. In early spring, for example, I often find myself... There isn't always. That phrase might come in handy someday. There are too many unnatural elements in this case. Why was it necessary to use the Shichishito from the Ami statue as a weapon? Why was the weapon ultimately placed back in the hand of the statue? Why is the sword a separate object? It's made of a different material, right? Ooh, wait, it's also not very strong, right? Because, well, or at least the Mystic Ami statue that we've seen, the Shichishito was relatively easily bent. I don't know. If I can expose the flaws in this testimony, perhaps then I will begin to find the truth. Think carefully, this is very important. It's Iris we're talking about here, and thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body. Might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in her room and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth. You see, the thing is, if the thump that Bikini heard was the thump of Elise falling or being thrown out of the window, sound of her hitting the floor anyway, and if she was stabbed in her room by Iris, how did Iris get down to the courtyard fast enough to be seen, right? So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right! Some of it had splattered onto Iris as well. Jumped out the window alongside throwing the body? That's a terrible idea! When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. And her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. Okay. That's not what I wanted to hear. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well. That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press the point further? Yes. Going back to your previous statement, you said you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her plain as day. Alright. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling, it was more like it came out? Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was it that important? More important than you can imagine. I saw the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. Can I just present the Shichishito to this? Because it wasn't in there to the hilt, was it? Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so, but there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities. What do you mean? Please explain it. Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would have been possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless drivel. I too may appear to be weak and frail. But I can crush men under my heel and make them weep should I so choose. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed up to into a body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. It would also have more blood on it. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in the body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
Objection!
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the Shichishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
Objection!
I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction. You've still got more? This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? Yeah. If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. Oh! Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions for a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. What does this all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is... the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shichishito. What? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think the sword was the murder weapon? Well, it's because Mr. Kami was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influence does. It influenced us to believe that the Shichishito was the murder weapon. Order! Order! So maybe the Shichishito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. That's... Answer the question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was... it was just over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe... I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. You... what? Well then. I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible! What else could this old woman have seen? I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. and after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. There, I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. It's not making it through to the mic, but there are fireworks going off near my house right now. Little distracting. Witness, please, tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph. A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. Yeah, there's probably going to be fireworks for the next week. It is bonfire night in the middle of the week, so I guess a lot of places are doing their fireworks this weekend and next weekend, probably. The tracks begin in front of the Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. Tracks photo added to the court record. Taken that night from main gate to Dusky Bridge. I have a problem with your evidence, Francisca. Because you say that the snowmobile tracks lead from the temple to the bridge. But there's a slight problem there. Because I think they lead from the bridge to the temple, given that they end where the snowmobile is parked. I feel like they'd do something different otherwise. I mean, I guess if the snowmobile was parked the other way around to start with, they could have gone that way and then come back over their own tracks, but... Don't like it. Don't like it. The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Yeah, going back over your own tracks in the dark, it would be difficult, wouldn't it? Because those tracks are too perfect for it to have been used in both directions. I saw the murder at around 11. After asking that it was reported, I went out to the main gate, and then I saw tracks that the snowmobile had been used. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile. You are sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it after all. Why was that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hasakura Temple. Her estimation of the time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister.
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right, the one who trampled me. It seems she's the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. I mean, I would hope that Maya is no longer in freezing water, but was there any way of her actually getting warm again? I have no idea. Phoenix Wright, he didn't even have his cell phone on him. He had forgotten it at home, apparently. What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back. So I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. That's it. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course. It was parked up in front of the gate. So, she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time? I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? Oh, press it further. Always press it further. I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? to a slow crowd today. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. Ah, I see. I never thought of that. That's right. I overlooked that too. Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered with snow. There wasn't any snow on it. Curses. It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment to explain? I think that's why the question was asked in the first place. It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch, just like that, crunch. Crunch. I haven't been able to find the courage to ride anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it. The snowmobile looks pretty good for having been wrapped around a tree. Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that is more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Well, it would have been possible time-wise. One element remains out of place here. Oh, and what would this mystery element be? The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to the Eagle River to dispose of a murder weapon when there are other methods? Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yeah. Tend to me for help only for the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor? Bury the weapon in the snow. I mean, depending on how long the snow is there, it can be a way of doing it. You know, or just chuck it into the woods. What? Jesus over the top as always. Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river, another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account. Okay, what have we got? The staff is irrelevant, the Shishuto is irrelevant, the hanging scroll, the hood, the note, the map. The weather data. New Year's issue of Occult. Trace of Leaves, Iris's testimony. Police's autopsy. The crime photo. There's like a couple of footprints here and also footprints that are there. The tracks photo, which has one set of tracks. I don't think there's enough footprints going on here, really. So we've got one set of footprints that is gonna be Phoenix Wright's. One set of snowmobile tracks, which is mighty suspicious. There isn't even footprints from the snowmobile to the entrance either. Okay, I went out to the main gate, and there were tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. What am I doing with this one, eh? What am I doing with this one? Consulting a guide, that's what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, the important part is the fact that there's only one set of tracks. So if they threw the river and threw the weapon into the river and came back again, why are there only one set of tracks?
Objection!
Yeah, I should have got that one. I'm tired. My brain's not working. I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? Oh, I went... The person who used the snowmobile, was it Larry? Did Larry use it to get back? had Larry used it to go hang out at the Heavenly Hall and then used it on the way back. So that the first set of tracks would have been obscured by the snowfall earlier. What do you mean? Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, then returned. If this were the case, naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. Is she going to say that it was snowing, in which case I've got a weather report for you, lady? On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? No, it doesn't, because the snow stopped falling 15 minutes before the murder. I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks, there's a contradiction. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Ms. von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all of the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course. This means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. Weather report? Snow started to fall at 7 p.m, but stopped around 10:50. Therefore, when the system witnessed the crime at 11 p.m, the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Yeah. Order! Very well then. It looks like Miss von Karma's claim has been snowed in. It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct? When it's done afterwards. No. You've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast. This is actual data. Yeah. Forecast data. All weather reports have some inaccuracies. I don't think you understand, Francisca. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m. It's true. We cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off? It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Well, that would be the picture of the crime scene in which there is no snow upon the deceased. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception. And that is the victim herself, Ms. Elise Tusnin. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks. Yeah! Order, order! Just what are you... Yeah! Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? Sorry, what does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that isn't possible. Order, order, order in the court. What does all this mean? then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've nothing more to add. I've told you everything I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, Was there no one out walking, perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that. Well, fortunately, we have an idiot. Yes, Larry, indeed. Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us. Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are 2 things about him that do come to mind. Which are... First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder. And the second being... this individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? That would be this idiot. My friend since grade school. I don't remember how we became friends, though. Oh, I haven't seen all of Edgeworth's stuff about these people. My friend since grade school fell from Dusky Bridge and is currently hospitalised. Homicide detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. Went to the inner temple for spiritual training and is now trapped there. Maya's cousin was apparently with the victim at the time of the crime, currently missing. The prosecutor for this case, he apparently holds some sort of grudge against Wright. Head nun of Hazakura Temple discovered the murder. Her bad back really bothers her. The victim of the incident, a picture book author of unknown age, Larry's teacher. The defendant, a nun from Hazakura Temple, doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. And my mentor, Manfred von Karma's daughter. Born and raised in Germany, prosecutor at 13. Anyway, Larry. This guy must have been a product of Jean-Luc de la Duc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim Elise Dunim. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder? That's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris. But it may cost us his credibility as a witness, before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly is it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom. Summon this youth as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Kalla, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. And with that, we will be ending the stream on this to be continued. So, thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for this channel goes up both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight. The next stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM, and as Nick has correctly surmised, will be the ending to the current Twisted Wonderland event. Let's see if we can save Halloween. And also me. And also Grim, and also Jack. So yeah, hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming. And this is Kalla signing out. See ya. Bye bye.